Good morning, World Wide Web, and thanks for that, G-Man. We are live here in the Wolf Studios from behind the not-so-golden microphone in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. Hope everyone is doing well. It is also a Music Monday in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a Super Sunday in the USA and Canada. Just a few minor glitches here. Hold on a second. Yeah. A few minor glitches from my test run last night. Getting audios all fixed. Forgot to reset one or two settings. Took a little bit this morning to figure out which one it was that was wrong. Got it fixed finally. And yeah, it seems like everything's going good. So we are actually going to test. How about that? It worked immediately. What? You mean you're not GFA Indeed? What? I could swear you were GFA Indeed. Okay, now you are officially GFA Indeed. Undie ad. How about that? So can you hear Spotify? Should be a very nominal kind of background. Mr. Firehammer, good morning. How are you? No news. What? I had that all fixed. Firehammer in the house. Thank you very much for taking care of that, G-Man. Hold on. Oh, I have it muted. Sorry, my bad. Now you should hear it. ABBA? What? This is Enya. ABBA? Oh, it's a Monday for Fire for sure. I have the complete Enya collection. Yes, indeed. Orinoco Flow. No, ABBA sounds like Aussie singers. Fire? ABBA actually has two male voices in it. Hard to tell, I know. Oh my goodness. Look at the weather. So, officially, geologically and astronomically, we still have 3 weeks until winter is over. But check this out. Oops. I heard a little bit of an echo. Did you hear an echo? No echo for you? Okay, then that's just my output devices. I mean, my monitoring device. That would be under What would that be under? Oh, yeah. Rocket's got an echo. Hold on a second. That will be under settings, please. Output. No, audio. That's why. Nope, that didn't do it. That didn't do it either. Why do I have an echo? Oh, I know why. Oh, don't break it, Rocket. Don't break it. You have an echo now. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I had this fixed last night. How about now? And you should get echo now. Right? Got it. Okay. All right, we're all over it. And you know, as soon as I reboot OBS, that'll change. It'll screw with me. I almost guarantee it will screw with me. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, my God. I got some new coffee this morning. Woohoo! A little bit of hazelnut and vanilla. And it's hot. Speaking of hot, we're actually headed to 95 degrees today. Like I say, still 3 weeks of winter to go. Australia likes to do things differently. They like to kind of stray from astronomical and geographical norms. So our first day in Australia, first day in spring was yesterday, the first of the month. Which is nowhere near the actual first day of spring in the Southern Hemisphere. Oh, look at you guys getting up to 88 today, 31C. Oh, you're at 31C already. Wow, you know what? I reckon you guys are going to be warmer than we are, G-Man. I think Brizzy and the surrounding area is going to be hotter than up here in far north Queensland. Oh, what is that? What is that? What the hell is that? Hype Boss is broken. Oh no, is that gone? Uh-oh. Let's see if we can get a refresh on that. Got a refresh. Don't know what that's all about. uh, oh my goodness. Oh crap. Yep, I guess it's going to have to be a button. That is going to have to be a button. I've got a lot of games. I don't want to add a button for every game on my deck. Okay. I don't even know what I was doing last. I think I ran the game a little bit last night during testing. I wonder if I can... If I turn monitor off, why can't I monitor off and output? Why do I have to monitor and output? You probably don't hear any music right now, do you? Why can't I have monitor and, monitor off and output? That would be cool. Nobody said anything, so I must be muted. Can anyone hear music right now? Bueller. 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 Anybody there? Let's go back to audio again. I think I still hear a little bit of an echo. Yep, still an echo. Stupid OBS. Anybody there? Nobody there. Okay. All right, we'll wait. We'll just play some of the game and wait till somebody complains that something's not working or they can't hear something. Oh, this big old ship. Where are we going to park? This is a big, bad boy. That might be a long ways away. Both ends of the ship should... It's a long way off. Let's try one from way back in the corner here. Zoinks. All right, let's, oh. Yeah, let's try a few of these. No breaking that one, huh? Wonder why that one's not going to break. All right, let's see if we can throw this. No. Not going to make it that far. Wow, what's going on? Wow, what is up with that glitch? That seems better. I wonder what that glitching was all about. That's interesting. Seems sort of gone now. Anyway. All right, what's the issue here? We're going to have ones that we have to blow up, I'm sure. Yep. going on? CPU's a little higher than it usually is. Anyway, all indications that it's time for an upgrade. Now, this ship is so big, I don't know if I want to drop the ceiling and walls at the same time, you know? It's huge. Actually, let's do this. Let's get this pallet out of here. Welcome back. No worries. Can you still hear an echo, or is the music okay now? Oh my God, what is up with that? Okay. We're going to put that right there. I got an echo. Because I have the output. I wish there was a no monitor and output. You know, output only. There is. What? Not in my selection list. If I go to my advanced audio properties, I have monitor off, monitor only, muting the output, monitor and output, but I don't have any monitor off and output only. I've only got 3 choices. I must be on a different version. I turn monitoring off. All right, if I turn monitoring off, here's what happens. All right, Spotify monitoring off. All right, I turn monitoring off. I'll guarantee you can't hear the music now because it turned the output off as well. What? You can still hear Spotify. Oh my God. See, that is so freaking weird. Because when I started OBS and I started the stream, the reason you couldn't hear Spotify to begin with was because I had it on monitor off. So then I switched it to monitor and output, and you could hear it. And now I switched it back to monitor off, and you can still hear it. Freaking OBS kills me. And that happens so freaking often. It pisses me off because why can't OBS just work the same way every time you launch it? I mean, seriously. Because it's caused me to go in and change several settings now that when I relaunch OBS, those things are going to be broken again. That annoys me more than anything else. But anyway. Hello. Well, it's in queue. Come and get it. There it is. Oh, I was on I was on pause, actually. Ooh, that had 150 kerosene and 300 acid. Whee! Here we go. Zoop. Launched. Well, that's smooth now. Isn't it great? There are so many aspects of this game to love. Wait a minute. What did I see in there? Oh, yeah. Only one glitch in the game. It doesn't show this one as being completed, even though we completed it. We've done it twice. I'm not doing it again. No way, no how. I mean, I could, but, you know. Where's that delay coming from? Are we spiking CPU? It's getting a little bit of CPU spike. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, we had a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of glitch in the game, so there's light shining here that shouldn't be because there's no floodlights here. Ha ha ha! Great. Of course, I had to go way down there. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. You know what? I think there's an extra skip bin down here on the next level anyway. We might just go ahead and level it down to the next floor. Decking and walls. Oh, it looks like there's going to be some explodey panels. Dang it. Oops. Watch your hammering, Rocket. It burns! It burns! Alright, that's this whole top end here. Oh, I hate that. Stop that. Oh, you know it's doing that. Wait a minute. Why is that electrified when I've got it shut off? What? I've got it shut off. I got rid of the panel. Not normally when the electrified wall or bolts are right underneath. That don't make no sense. Crap, I just knocked down everything overhead before I wanted to. Keep doing that. That is weird. That one's been cut. Put it out there somewhere. It don't matter where. Yeah, I want to do some multiplayer. Anytime you're ready. You or fire. That's the deck down below. So this is the upper deck in the aft ship. Yep, so there you go. There's no more. That's the ribs. That's the what do you call them? It's the bottom of the hull on the aft side of the ship, which is one deck higher than the rest of the hull. But there are no electrical panels that get stored below. So there's no way to store electrical panels below. And there's nowhere to store above because there's nothing left above it. There's literally nothing left. Nothing above and nothing below. Crap, hang on a second, be right back. All right, I'm back. You know, this is probably going to be one of those situations, since we have panels that can't be removed. Like these, because they have no rivets holding them up. They have to be exploded. So let's try this. That does some of it. That's just so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Maybe that's just to get you to spend explosives. Who knows? They didn't even make it off the ship. That's all right. Still getting that glitch, though. All right. Swifty. Tay-Tay. That should be... All right, those two are done. Yep, all the rest of that came down. Well, those two are going to take dynamite. Those two are going to take dynamite or explosives. All right. Let's just take down the rest of these. Oh, that's going to be a... That can't be all dynamite or explosives. Hope not, anyway. Yeah, I'm not getting the yellow outline on that one, so that's going to be explosives. Got a yellow outline on all the rest. All right, that's not so horrible. That one's going to get explosives. Those two also. That's all right. We got plenty of money for explosives. Still got that big old engine to do also. Now, we've already got this gas turned off, so... I'm hoping that removes... I'm hoping that removes the... Hoping that removes the gas lines to those lower two, not just those two, but on the other side. Toy Story. Right. This is a big ass ship. There is a lot to clear. I just heard another rivet pop. Heh. All right, so those two up there. Bad timing, rocket. All right, so those two, we're going to need at least 4. I'm Hercules. There's literally nothing in that room. Literally nothing. All right. See, these engines have some sort of connection through that wall. I don't know if that's gas pipe or water or what, but we're going to look for another gas valve to turn off just in case. All right, that's all the decking. Uh, It looks like we got everything, just about. All right. I don't know how exactly we're going to get those inner walls, because those are major. Oh, adds. Oh, time to top up. All right. Bio break, hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff. Be right back. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just saying that while I was topping up my coffee and getting my stretch and whatnot, I went into the living room and put Twitch on the TV as an anonymous viewer, of course. I don't log in or anything like that. And right along that top bar that is suggested viewers to watch was my stream next to all the streams with the 10,000 views for, the titty streams. All the women, showcasing their boobs. Couldn't believe it. And I only had 5 viewers. So somehow I ranked up there with them as a suggested view. I'm sure it was a random, but yeah, exactly. How does that happen? And I got no boobs on my stream. Normally no. Every day I have to go in and search for my stream. I have to actually search my stream in order to pull it up. Because I'm never on the, when you first pull up Twitch and you're on the home screen of Twitch and there's the popular streams to watch, with 8,000, 10,000 views, all that good stuff. I have to normally go up to the search bar, find my stream to watch it. When you're an anonymous viewer, there's no recents because there's no record of recent views. You're not logged in, all that stuff. So you're just presented with popular streams to watch. Wow, more Enya. Get in there. Can't fit in there. It's all right. Mr. Chris, how are you doing? Started a new satisfactory save. You're not going to wait to the 1.0 release in a week. Actually, wait a minute. Was that today? Was that yesterday? The satisfactory release today. Hang on. Oh, the 10th, right. Yep, that's what I thought. So you're not going to wait to the 10th to start a new save? I wonder why I can't reach that from here. Yeah, yeah. I'd be curious. I'd be curious if there's going to be a backwards compatibility issue. Because, it's going to be 1.0 gold release. That was an easy cleanup. Oh, cool. That's a good thing. I've got some pretty massive saves. I was hoping there was going to be some compatibility, you know, backwards anyway. That's awesome. Well, this one I made it in between just fine. That one I'm not going to. Now, let's see if there's a way. There is a little bit of a way in there, but not much. No game audio. What? You can't hear the hammer banging. Hang on. All right, hang on. There should very definitely be... Yep, it's on. Oh yeah, there's not. What's going on there? All right, advanced ship graveyard. It's monitor and output. Huh. I'm so sick and tired of OBS. Ship graveyard, monitor and output, tracks 1 and 2. Still no sound. What the freaking hell? Oh, the properties aren't there anymore. What's going on here? Capture audio beta. No, it's not coming into OBS. It was yesterday. Yeah, I might have to restart the game, but hang on just a second. I just re-clicked audio capture beta in the stream, but hold on. Oops. Hang on, one more test real quick. Yep. All right. Yeah, it was before the break, wasn't it? That is so freaking weird. Yeah, because I remember seeing the in the audio mixer. I remember seeing the sound of the game. But yeah, I agree with Chris. I remember seeing it working before the break. We're going to try it once again here. Just relaunching the game to see if that helps. Reconnect the audio beta. The audio beta capture I'm not too hip about. It works in a lot of games, but not every game. So some games I have to actually do a separate audio capture for it. All right, let's give this a try. I got audio now. God, I hope so. But I see the audio mixer working now, so we should be getting game sounds. I wonder what triggered it. Triggered a change at the break. That's super weird. Should have heard that. Of course, I got an echo now, so that means I've got, hang on, get into my advanced audio properties and put that to off. All right. Yeah, I turned the monitor off again. All right, since we're down here, oh, don't get stuck on the, oh my God. There we go. Get it up over the axle. Boy, I got a lot of debris down here, hey? Let's go pick up this debris first. That was no doubt from the dynamite that I used. Wow, way out here. Sheesh. All right. That's not the truck, Rocket. Wow. Is that down in the hole? Yeah, I think that one was down in the hole. Oh! Okay. Thanks. That was a lucky that was a lucky throw jumping up. I was certain I was going to hit the lip of the hole there. Really? Why can't I pick that up? Sell the ship parts to upgrade the tools you use to demo the ship. Never played it yet. That's partly it. So salvaging ships brought to the shipyard, or everything on them. Upgrade your tools to upgrade big, or to salvage bigger and bigger ships. And I guess to figure out the challenges, which is, you know, how to dismantle some of them. Why can't I break that one? There it goes. Weird. Really? We're gonna have dynamite walls? Or are those panels just that big? Really? Oh my God, they are that big. Wow. I was wondering how we were gonna do that. Those panels are that tall. No, that's okay. There's our skip bin. Now, see, here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of cutting this bad boy loose without knowing if there's a gas valve. I didn't see anything on the other side of this wall. But that doesn't mean anything. And it doesn't appear to be connected to anything. Good morning, Tholen. How are you doing? G-Man, are you there to able to give a shout out to Tholen for me? Still not. Oh, that wall is down. What's the problem? Thank you, sir. How's Mr. Tholen been? We're all good here in the down underhood. Probably this wall. There we go. That should do it. Oh. Still saying there's a problem. Oh. Oh. That bunch of panels right there. Okay. I got it. Family time. That's awesome. Yeah, indeed. Gotta have the family time. And probably that floor as well. Oh, and of course it's going to be the one above it as well. Dang it. Now we should be free and clear. And all this time I was holding off lifting these out of here because, you know, all right, well, we know what that entails now. So this is going to be the same thing. All right, that should give us the clearance. That's the clearance, Clarence. Oh my gosh. I knew that.
पास कोई जहाज है?
All right, so since we're down here, we might as well get all of these on the inside. That should take care of that. Not gonna get those without taking a ladder down. That sucks. Oh, that's the wrong wall. All right, got all of that. Why is it? Ah, there it goes. Why isn't that coming down? I see him. Uh, There we go. Oh my God, my favorite group. Anybody know this group? I knew you would, G-Man. Indeed, it is. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. Ooh. Oh, we get out the door. Don't bring me down. Bruce. We had such great music back in the 80s. Oh, bummer. Don't bring me down. Just like a snake in the grass. The breaking us. Bring me down. Uh-oh. Monday lunchtime. That's probably the school. Nope. Just a reminder. Woohoo. I'm expecting to get a call from the assistant principal or deputy principal, whatever they call them here. That was supposed to happen on Friday or Thursday. I actually got a call back from them on Friday at about 4 o'clock, which is an hour after school gets out. I couldn't get to the phone in time. So, of course, I rang back moments after I missed the call. And, of course, the school phones are offline. Closed. Hey, Mr. Engie, or Miss Engie. I did not know that. That's very cool. A fire extinguisher. I wonder if that's a water fire extinguisher or a CO2. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. That one made it. You know what? They were very creative. I mean, number one, a rock band using an orchestra to begin with. But the sound effects, you know? Very creative group. One of my all-time favorites for sure. Oh. Which I bet you recognize this song, but I bet you don't know who the group is. You do? All right, name that group. Fox on the Run. Correct. Bada bing, bada boom. Freaking GFA, you surprise me as young as you are, knowing all these good groups from back in the day. I am truly impressed. Yes, you do. Money. Fox on the Run. There we go. Who was Stolen playing last? Sins of a Solar Empire 2. How's that been going for you, Tholen? I haven't heard that game. Yeah, indeed. That sounds rather, what do you want to call it? Oh, shoot. Of course the top ones are not deriveted. Another one bites of dust, indeed. There we go. No rivets? What? I don't see any rivets up there. Don't tell me all of these are going to be died. Oh, there's one. Yeah, but it can't be just that one. The rest are going to be explosives? Oh, that's just dumb. That's just dumb. Oh my god, 3 rivets down here. Kept that whole wall from coming apart. When I was younger, I used to think they were saying another one bites the doctor. Never could figure that out. Couldn't figure out what the meaning behind was another one bites the doctor. Ah, there's some old beetles. Oh, hang on. Everything beetles is old. There we go. Now we're talking. Yes, indeed, Angie. Everybody needs a little CCR in their life. You rock. Nailed that one. Little CCR, little Grateful Dead. And you too can live forever. Annabella! Welcome to the stream. That is the jams. All right, now, at least we know how one is going to work. So what we'll do is we'll take down some of these railings. Just so I got an angle to grapple over the edge. And an angle to throw. If there's no skipping down there. Actually, what we might do, because these are big pieces of equipment down here, I have a feeling they're going to need clearance all the way to the edge of the hull. So we'll give them all the clearance all the way down to the, or all the way down to the bottom deck. I'm hearing a bit of Guardians of the Galaxy. Do you know this was actually a duo? Cat Stevens actually did this song as a duo, if anybody remembers who the second musician is in this compilation or this project. Cat Stevens was not alone on this one, even though you can barely hear it. This is such an awesome song. Ooh. Oh, yep. All right. Ah. No, close. Close. Well, I don't even know if that's close. um... There we go. His name is actually Yusuf. And I don't even know if he's actually done any songs of his own. Wow, there's a lot of electricity. Oh no, it's just over on this wall. Electric generators. Well, that was funny. Yeah, can we knock it down, please? Probably not until we cut on the other side of the wall. But yeah, this song was featured in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Or 1. Sorry. Uh-oh. There's our electrical panel. Hmm. I wonder... I forgot to take a break with everybody taking a break. There's nothing on this side of the wall. Okay. Why can't I knock it down? I guess I have to cut that anyway. Kind of ridiculous. Sheesh. Need another skip bin. Alright, got most of the railing except over here. No, we got that too. Oops, that didn't go anywhere. Captain, how are you doing? Captain on board? Everybody look alive? How's Captain doing today? Ooh. A little bit of frame glitch there. Nice toss, right up on the top deck. Oops. In case anybody didn't know, we're using the AI DJ at the moment. This is a remake. This is a remake from the Simon and Garfunkel called Disturbed Cyril. Or Cyril Disturbed. $4:30 in the morning. Holy moly. I can't imagine why we're getting up that early. Are you getting up early for work or because insomnia? I kind of might like this remake. I mean, I still like the original. Ah, morning, righto. Well, I can identify with that. Even though I've retired twice, once from the military, I still wake up at 6 in the morning. Which is a little bit of a difference from my military when I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning on a regular basis. But that was only out of necessity because of the shift work. But yeah, I've always been a kind of get up before the sun kind of guy. And actually, Peanut, my little boy, he is exactly the same. He's like an alarm clock. He gets up 15 minutes before the sun comes up every day. Even if he's been mischievous all night, trying to hack into the TV or the parental controls, he still gets up at, you know, quarter to sunup. I think we've got plenty of clearance to haul these bad boys out of here without having to tear much else down, except for this steam generator over here. Electric steam generator. I knew that wasn't going to work. Made it. Huh. I know, right? Isn't this a great game? This is such a cool game. What is that bad boy? All right, don't have clearance to lift it out of there. That's just a matter of bringing down that deck right there. There's actually quite a lot of variety of things to do in here, which I like. You know, sure, there's clearing decks, clearing the walls, finding ways to get the machinery out. This whole thing's got to come down also. But we can get the 4 in the middle out of there. I believe we've got plenty of clearance for that. We've got clearance, Clarence. This is one whole machine. And there's two of them identical. So what are whatever these 4 cylinders are? I'd have to say pressurized steam. I don't know. I reckon that's what it is, pressurized steam. Yeah, Beholga. That's right. Bada bing, bada bo, bada bing, bada boom, Beholga. No, but I am being tempted to get it. I am being tempted to get there's 3 of them. Submarines look very cool. But I also wouldn't mind one of those massive freighter ships. Or container ships, you know? That would be, you know, those things qualify as like a weekend project. Yeah, that's not going to make it out of there. Neither of those two. Okay. Oh. And there's our button. Which didn't kill. Oops. Come back here. No, didn't kill the electricity over there. Still didn't kill it. Well, that's going to be more explodey stuff. Get over that. All right, we'll get that later. Wonder why that's still lit up. All right. There's nothing behind that wall or above it either. It's going to be one of those explosives deals again. Because that electrical panel is down as well. Yeah. Those don't need to be cut to deactivate that wall either. Oh, for crying out loud. All right. We can figure this out. All right, be back just a second. I had to make sure all the fans were on because it is getting right toasty in here. And we are getting up to, we are already at 95 degrees. 20 minutes to 1 and we're already at 95 degrees. Whew. That's why I went and turned the fans up, because I could feel it. It's already radiating down from the ceiling. All right, those two will come out after we break down. Let's break down what we can from up here. Uh-oh. Just gotta doot from no, I can't believe that made it over there. Yeah, Hall & Oates. Gotta love them. Oh no. Oh, the high school, dang it. I know, right? Start of the week. Yes, indeed. These are probably, I mean, some of these groups people have never heard of in this generation. But Ballroom Blitz, Ballroom Blitz. The 80s was such freaking fun. The music in the 80s was so freaking fun. It's a shame that time had to move on. Because I haven't known a generation of music that has been so awesome. I mean, Grateful Dead, CCR, Fleetwood Mac, oh my god, Sweet, jeez, Jethro Tull, so much epic music from the 80s. Well, ELO, of course, you know. No worries, mate. I mean, Bob Seger, Silver Bullet Pan, 38 Special, Loverboy, Stones, Mick Jagger, oh my god, just epic music from the 80s. We just don't hear that kind of stuff anymore. Ballroom Blitz, Ballroom Blitz. I mean, groups like Black Sabbath, ZZ Top. Gotta get on the other side of that wall. There it is. I'm not gonna be able to get that one. Yeah, I can. There we go. All right, that takes care of the perimeter. Come on. Oh, you gotta put some hair around it in order for me to hit it. Oh, gonna have to knock that down too. Yep. Wait a minute, which one we were doing? I got turned around. We were way up here. Yeah, this is the one we're doing. Oh my god. I so got turned around on what I was doing. Alright, we're ready to do this. This is Talking Heads for anyone that wasn't aware. Oh. Oh! Come on down, Rocket. That one landed right up on the lip of the hole. Did you like that? I couldn't have placed that better if I tried. One of those things where if you try to do it, can never do it. Never happen. Here's one that was, it's not a one, not quite a one-hit wonder, because this duo actually had other pretty good hits. If you can name this duo, I'll give you 10,000 channel points. Oh. G-Man knows his music. It's a shame he's on BRB. He'd probably know this one. Did it again. That was Calvin Harris and Sam Smith, by the way. Well, got to clear that deck above. Yep. Yes, of course. You know, rivet floating in midair. There's literally nothing behind this electrical nonsense. Oh, raining, I would love another trip to Sweden. But it's a warm rain, right? That's the best kind. Unless it's so blistering hot, you need a nice cool rain. All right, let's see. How are we going to knock these down? Let's just do... Let's go up here. And let's collect these up. And then we'll just hammer these down. And, oh, invisible deck. Wow. Oh, that's all right. We had knocked that decking down before, but I reckon we'll do this. That should give us clearance down to lift those machines out. That's another good 80s. Billy Joel. Wow. Just barely cleared that. Aha. Oh. That's a swing and a miss. Discord channel? I think, hang on a second, let me take a quick look here. Yeah, there you go. You should be in it now. I think you're muted though. I saw the green outline indicating a speaking or noises or something. Yep. Okay. Did you want to watch in Discord instead of in Twitch stream? Yeah, I normally have a screen share going on. Yep, that's it. Yep. There you go. Oh, speaking of Billy Joel, his ears must have been burning. All right, that should give us a clear shot to lift that bad boy out. This one definitely has clear shot. All right, let's see if we can extract these machines. There we go. Lightning Wolf in London. Ooh, lots of welding here. Oh, none to do back there. Thought that was going to be tricky. Oh, what do we got? What do we got stopping it? There are more connectors. Bet you we can't see it because... Oh. How about this one? I like that part where his hair was perfect. Here it comes. Perfect. That's vanity for you. His hair was perfect. You know, because that's the thing you notice, right? Sing it, Van Morrison. Boy, we are strong on the 80s today. That AI DJ rocks. It's a shame we don't have any stream tunes going to the VOD, because I never reset that to go back to music stream to VOD. All right, how do we knock out? Oh yeah, it's got to be explosives. That sucks. Okay. Carrying too much. There's a lot laying on the ground over there. Did I leave myself? Oh no, here we go. What'd they say? Oh boy. He wasn't really absent. How about that? The school made a mistake. Which happens frequently. All right, let's do this. Let's knock this portion down. Oh, forgot about that. Oh. Good thing there's no health. No health damage. Oh. And if I did that enough, you'd think I learned my lesson. I haven't heard this in forever. Funny, this was actually our class song when I graduated high school. Back in, yeah, Time in a Bottle, Jim Croce. Yep. Art class song back in 1981. Get it, get it. Thank you. Oh, wow. All right, they're all done. Oh, on that side they are. They're on that side too. There we go. Easy peasy. Uh-oh. Yeah. Figured there was... Come on. There we go. Figured if there was one, there's probably more that needed to be snipped up. Hip-hop. Bust a move. Yes, indeed. Young MC. Hey, you're pretty switched on with your music, too. It came out just shortly after just when Fresh Prince Bel-Air came out. I think they did the theme song. Or no, maybe Will Smith did. Oh, there you go. Cool. Yep, this was that genre. I mean, that time frame. Uh-huh. Oh, there are other pieces. I thought I got all those. Oh, man. All kinds of little pieces, parts laying around. I think that's it. I've actually done quite a bit on this. All right, we're down to the ribs in the hull again. Speaking of Will Smith, amazing. Ads. Oh my God. I didn't get a warning. I didn't see them coming up. All right, there won't be too many ads. Catch a bio break, stretch, all that good stuff. And yeah, we'll be right back. Okie doke. Welcome back, everybody. We should be good to go. All right. Welcome to my hammy. That's a Kobe Bryant toss right there. That was a behind the back. Oh, just caught the edge. That was definitely an aim issue. Oh my God. Haven't heard Run DMC in a long time. Yeah, there's nothing to keep that energized. Let's see what's up with this. Nothing I can do about that. I have to get dynamite for it. Dang it. Oh, speaking of Fleetwood Mac, a little earlier. Stevie Nicks was so hot back then. Mr. Firehammer, oh my God. Are you being naughty at work? This has been one massive boat. Yeah, we're almost done with this bad boy. Oh, holiday weekend. Oh, good on you, mate. Canada Day? Labor Day. Righto. I can't remember if that matches up with the US. I think that does match up with the US. I'm not sure. Oh no, dude. Really? What, change the weather, flu or cold, something like that, or food poisoning? I do that to myself a lot. Head cold. Oh yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I noticed that. It's because of the head cold, eh? That's enough to wear you slam down, hey? Poor Peanut inherited my chronic sinus infections. He displayed that very early. Which the doctors called rhinosinusitis or rhinosinusitis. Something like that, but it's basically chronic sinus infections. Sucks. Because, you know, headaches come along with that. Poor kiddo. It just breaks my heart, too, when he comes to me, because I know he's got, you know, his sinuses are backed up and whatnot. He comes to me, yes, this is the last ship. And you, mister, are guilty of teasing me into getting all of the DLC. The submarines, the massive warships. Oh my god, I can't wait. No, you would never do that. Yeah. Alright, I think that's it for there. So, except for the plates that I'm actually going to need explosives on, which is two up there, and 3 or 4 down there, we are cleared to the midship. Why didn't that one drop? Wonder why that one didn't drop earlier. But yeah, we're cleared to the midship. Actually, I think we're actually past the midship. Oh no, that's that looks like about midship right here. Well, 2 major sections. Yeah. Gifted Founders Edition Foundry. Oh, good on you, mate. Sebastian Rice this week. We were supposed to do a triple collab this week, and it was, oh man, yeah, no doubt. Man, that rocks. That's very generous. Good game too, Foundry. I wish my weekends hadn't been sucking so bad. My Saturday and Sunday mornings have just been full of peanut attitude. And my sister's been home from Florida. But thing is she's getting ready to head back to Florida because my nephew's getting married. So she's handling all of the wedding planning and whatnot, and next week she's heading back to Florida. So she spent the last 6 months in Florida, and now she's going back to Florida. She's been helping out tremendously and taking care of her mother-in-law. Poor thing. But when she comes home, we talk on the weekends. With the exception that this long stay in Florida last time, she's able to get internet connection. She's afraid to use internet connection in Florida because it's her mother-in-law's internet, and at home in Georgia she's got plenty of bandwidth to use for our video conferencing and Google Meet. She's just afraid to do it at her mother-in-law's because she's not absolutely sure what kind of bandwidth she pays for. There's a good song. I think this was a one-hit wonder, though. Are you taking medication for it, or are you just toughing it out? We're gonna have to jump for those. That's for sure. NyQuil? Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Let your body's immune system do as much as it can to attack it. Oh, shoot. All the way around to get that one. Raspy what? Yep, because of sinus drainage. Yep. I know that feeling. I have had a persistent cough now that has been epic. And my stomach muscles are so sore right now because it's been going on for about a month and a half. And I swear to God, I want to blame it on COVID or something, but I don't know what it is. I might just be dying. I don't know. I might be just getting ready to croak. Could happen. Oh. Oh, there it is. Ha! Made it to the truck. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, dude. You know, it's all about health first. All about health first, mate. Get it? First mate? Shipyard? I made a funny. Hey, have I got clearance? No. Oh, silly me. I do have clearance. Just got to break the anchor points. Yeah. Forgot that. Oh, seriously, a beam in the wall. It's all coming down now. Yeah, got unlucky on this one because the other one didn't have anything behind the wall. It just wanted the wall panel removed. Oh my goodness, come on. Sheesh. There we go. Still? Oh my God, seriously. That's ridiculous. That should be clear. Thank you. Same thing with this one. That should be clear. Except for that piece. Yep. Oh, caught the lip again. There we go. It should do it. Oh, that went outside. Gotta jump. Gotta jump. All right. Aw, that sucks. There's no way I'm going to be able to jump up for that one. That's going to be a tough reach. Yeah, not going to be able to reach that. Yeah, that sucks. Ah. There's no way I'm gonna be able to jump up for that. Might have screwed myself on that. Hmm. It's the first time I encountered that. That's going to be a little bit of a trick. Any ideas, chat? I think we might have screwed ourselves, unless I can stand on the edge of the wall, which I highly doubt. Ooh, I can. Oh, only for a brief second, though. All right, so that one was done, or was it? No, that one wasn't done. Almost. There we go. Almost. Perfect. There we go. That works for me. Huh. The hell? Oops. Oh, Rune, welcome back. No worries. No worries at all. Thank you for the views. That'll work. Yeah, so salvaging the ship, upgrading your tools, and of course there's achievements as the goal system, and that's about it, really. So, oops. So if you're a guy and you feel like destroying something, this is the game for you. And there are some women, I'm sure, that have that same tendency to just break things. You know, depends on what kind of day you've had. Oh, does it? Okay, thank you for that. See if we can give that a little bit of adjustment. Oh no, never. It's never overstepping to let me know about things like that. I actually had that set on 2.5 to 3 dB, and I guess it depends on the music tracks. How's that sound? Well, once you know it's the end of the song. Cool. Thanks for mentioning that. I actually rely on feedback from the chat because, of course, I'm monitoring music in my headset, but it doesn't sound the same as in stream. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. So it's good to have a comparison or somebody to soundboard, you know. Oh my gosh, this is a remake. Never heard of these people. Yeah, it's a remake. Some people are changing the terminology, so now they're calling them mashups as well as remakes. Or remixes. Yes, indeed. I agree 100%. Yep, I've heard sampling also. Resampling. Yep. There it is. Yeah, when you think about it, since you mentioned it, Rune, this is kind of a mindless activity. Bust the rivets, break the ship apart. You know, minor challenges. I went bow to stern because it's the longer, it's the length. And because of all the connectivity, I always felt like there's less connections to deal with when you're going bow to stern, because you only go left and right after. I mean, port starboard. There's fewer connections to clear a section, so you can almost tell because of the welds in the ribbing in the hull that this section is where it's divided at, and there's a lot less connections to clear out. And even when you call the crane, I mean, if I had cleared all the way to the bottom, I could actually pull this out with the crane. So that's kind of why I felt like going from, you know, bow to stern. It just kind of seemed like a natural thing to do, instead of trying to go from the, you know, the whole length. There's no real sections. I mean, even though the ribs in the hull, you know, the beams, kind of signify there's a lot of interconnectivity. I reckon that's about right. So the beam of the ship is from the left side to the right side. Oh, got a little bit of extra stuff laying down here. But generally speaking, yeah, compartmentalized, bow to stern. Especially if there's an emergency, like the ship breaks in half or something. You know, that's funny. I've never had seasickness or air sickness. And that's in contrast to the fact that I have chronic sinus infections, which generally affect your inner ear, you know, in equilibrium. Yeah, me too. And I actually joined the Air Force as a stepping stone. Well, initially it was a stepping stone to become a engineer on the space shuttle, but that never happened. I love planes. I love spaceships. I love being above and looking down. I love the idea of no gravity. You know, what's funny is there are a great many women in the Air Force in aircraft mechanics. Airframe and power plant. At least when I was in. I don't know what the ratio is now, but there was a good 35, 40, 45% of the crew were female. What changed your mind, or what changed the circumstances, I should say? Ah, okay. Yeah, that would kind of do it. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, even the Air Force is rather particular about that. They have a criteria. One of which also is being not flat-footed. You know, you can't even get into the Air Force if you have flat feet. I saw a lot of people during the induction that didn't make it. Bad genetics. I reckon I did too. I reckon I got my chronic sinus infections from my dad's side of the family. Peanut got it from me. He started having sinus issues early on when he's about 4 or 5 years old. Suppose I better get that platform before I come down here. There we go. Finish this one off. Very good. And we'll just go ahead and do this platform as well. Hang on, clean up. Clean up on aisle 6. Dang it, did it again. Wonder which random app I just launched. Like everything almost. Yep, that's everything. Don't disappoint me, DJ. Well, you didn't disappoint me. I haven't heard Erasure in a long time, and I've got one of their albums. Oh, ads. Doggone it. I keep forgetting to watch after that. All right, we'll be right back. Just going to top up
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Thank you very much for that, Annabelle. Following. Snuck that in on me while I was away. And welcome to the community. We have a bunch of great folks in the community, streamer and non-streamer alike. Seems like I got them all. Oh, missed a few. Perfect. Perfect. Still missed one. Always. Isn't that always the case, eh? Oh, there's a throwback. Wonder whatever happened to her. She had kind of a short career. I think she tried acting as well. She did. I never knew that. Oh my God, that's horrible. Beautiful singer, beautiful woman. I never knew that. She had such great music. Kind of makes you wonder, Rocket, where the hell have you been? Because I'm sure that was, well, I don't know when that was, but you know, I completely missed it. I've been living under a rock for a long time. I think my brain stopped working as soon as we left the 80s. My brain went on permanent vacation or something. You wouldn't be wrong if you said, Rocket, I think you were stuck in the 80s and have been ever since. Damn, I hammer like lightning. Never strike twice in the same place. By the way, if you weren't aware, Spotify's AI DJ generally plays music tracks from the music that I generally listen to. Yeah, indeed. I liked them, Talk, and also Talking Heads, and Crowded House. A little bit of Loverboy, Aerosmith. I have a wide variety of musics that I like. Music basically being my aeroplane. Cool, Rune. Alright, that is another section cleared. You know what we could do, just to make this easy on ourselves, since we are getting down to the parts where I need the explosives. Might as well start doing... Looks like the bottom's not going to need any torching. So... 1, 2, and 3. Yep, definitely those. Yep, definitely those. Okay. Make sure we don't have any torching to do up here. I didn't think there was any. Except for on the beam. Another good one. Wang Chung, baby. Alright, that takes care of the torching on that level. Nothing at the midship. Does anybody remember roller skating? I used to roller skate a lot. That was the thing to do back in the day. Roller rink on Friday and Saturday night. Oop. This aha? No. This is Baltimore. That all? Yep, that's all the deck 2. Went a few times. Kind of could get the hang of not falling on my butt, but mostly the gate area. Indeed. Indeed. You know, what's really funny is I was such a skinny, gangly kid in school, you know. What I had cat-like reflexes, I had good hand-eye coordination, but man, was I a string bean. And you know, I could skateboard, I could roller skate, I water skied, snow skied, all that stuff. I ran cross country, track and field, all that kind of stuff. But you know, I was always that kid that like never had any meat on his bones. And then it all changed. About my mid-30s, everything went bonkers. Yeah, indeed. You know, that's the thing about roller skating, because I had my fair share of falls, crashes. It's like ice skating, and I ice skated too. I was born in Michigan. That's one of the first things you learn how to do when you're about 6 or 7 years old is you learn how to ice skate. Hitting the ground was never forgiving. There was nothing forgiving about doing a crash landing. I mean, you were guaranteed a bruise that lasted about a week or two. Did we get all of those up top? Yeah. Nope. Good thing I checked. But you know, roller skating, you know, that was one of those times that I distinctly remember in my childhood because even though I was good at it, you know, most of the reason for going roller skating was because there were girls there. And anytime I got to roller skate with a girl, just couldn't roller skate with anybody for a very long time because my hands got so sweaty because I was so freaking nervous. I couldn't do it for like more than 10 minutes and oh my god, my hands were so sweaty. And girls don't like to hold hands with a guy's sweaty hands, you know. Oh, that was nowhere near. That sucked. And I seriously better do these rivets before they're not doable. You know, it's funny, tilting my head to see over the edge doesn't help at all. I still can't see over the edge better. Tilting my head to get there. Never heard of these guys. Wonder why the DJ picked it. I have heard this song before. I don't know if I want to bring this wall down yet. Only because we're talking about reachability from down here. Oh! Let's try that again. Yep, see, I got that inside cage to do also. That's going to be difficult at best. So I got no way to reach that. Interesting. That door's flat closed. It's a sealed. Well, if I could reach that from the ground. Maybe I could reach those others from the ground as well. All right. Let's see. I don't see another way in. I'm glad there's a bin down here. All right, let's see how far. Yep, I reckon we can reach those. It'll be a little bit of a jump. Yep, but they are reachable. Somehow I got a lot of those. Huh. All right, didn't do too bad. The big thing was getting these, though. You know, I cut these free. Oh, that's because of the wall panels. Never mind. Oh, did it again. Dang it. I hate the fact that my mouse can get outside the boundary of the window, the game window. All right, can't do anything about those until we get both sides of the wall done, and we've only got top and bottom of that. All right, that's going to be fun. Let's see how far our rope goes. We did it. We want this, but I want the cage also. I'm not sure how we're going to get into the cage. Unless there's a opening I didn't notice before. But we are mostly doing this for the engines that are piped into the wall and going to need the clearance. Oh my god, seriously. Stupid mouse. I don't see an opening to get into the cage. Huh. That's the only way into the cage right there. Now if I break the wall, everything's coming down. Except for that one. Oh, here we go. There we go. Got it. Oh. Not going to be able to reach everything. Shoot. These are going to have to come out in order for those engines to come out. That should break all the rivets, even the ones on top. Ooh, completely missed this wall section. Alright, how can I get that? Crouch. No. What if... I'm just thinking now, maybe if I use my grappling hook. What if I can get the grappling hook to pull me in between? Like Spider-Man. Ooh! Enough to reach! How about that? How about that? Oh, look at that. Rocket just hacked the game. Can't get in between. Use the grappling hook. Okay, I reckon that's everything. I think that looks pretty thorough. Just gonna clean up around these two motors. That one's ready to go.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Looks clear.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
Excellent. Mr. Firehammer, I thought for sure you would go take a nap already. Trick with these bigger ships would be to do top half, remove winch, top portion, make it easy to put. Yeah, you know what? I agree 100%. I didn't think about it. Mostly because there's skip bins down here, which I thought I would just kind of utilize. But definitely, as far as a throwing clearance, you know, if you're doing modules, you know, front to back, top half, front to back. Makes perfect sense. I only use them after contract, so once I've completed contract, then I'll use the skip bins. I mean, you can clear the edge of the ship. I mean, it's just convenient not to have to just winch the sides down, which, you know, what you say makes perfect sense. So that would not be anything that I would think of.
مجالتي بهان أونغا.
Oh, I haven't done the beam connections. All I did was get them ready for what's the name? These bad boys right here. I got those all cut. I didn't do the sides of the hull. Ah, this is a good one. Well, even if you cut the sides of the ship, you still have to have these main bridging beams. You still have to have those cut in order to pull the side of the hull away, because they're actually welded to the side of the hull. So I've cut all of the welds on all of the bridging beams. I just haven't gone to cut the individual, wherever they are, up there, right there. I haven't done those sections yet, just the big ones. Actually, the Avatar is actually making a pretty good... I mean, I'm not having to jump from down here, you know? It's still clearing the wall pretty darn good. The hull, I mean. Wall. You know, and we are in the bottom of the ship. Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I actually... you may not have caught my stream Friday kind of late. I put a little thing up for my GPU. which sadly, see that smoke from the hammer? For some reason, my GPU is not processing that smoke. It just went up to 91C on my GPU. So when anything that produces smoke, the hammer, the saw, the torch, all of that stuff, is causing my GPU to massively overheat. So what I've been doing is little bits at a time. So I went and did a little bit of torching, a little bit of saw cutting on the machines that had to come away from the wall there, spacing it out a little bit for my GPU to get a chance to cool down. Because I don't know what that is. I mean, you and I have the same GPU. There should be no reason why mine can't handle it if yours can. You know what I mean? And it might just be just as simple as I haven't been inside the machine to clean the fans in quite a while. It's been a couple years since I've opened it up. So it could be dust on the fan blades, the GPU fan blades. No, I bought all AMD. Oops. AMD CPU, AMD GPU, MSI motherboard, MSI case, and all the different components. RAM is the Corsair Vengeance. Corsair Vengeance. It's just I haven't done proper maintenance that I should be, and that is preventative maintenance, and that is going in and cleaning dust off of fan blades, both the case fan blades and the GPU fan blades. So, but that being said, this is only a spike because right now the GPU is hovering at a comfortable 70. And if it wasn't rendering anything right now, it would be down around 4950C. But the thing is the spike. And the temperature spikes when I use, it's anything to do with textures and sprites. So texture mapping, which actually is the smoke from the hammer and the saw and whatnot, are texture maps. And then handling the particle effects, which is the sparks, which are sprites, is how they're rendered. But, you know, the AMD 5700 RX 5700 XT should not have any problem handling that at all. And in a lot of games, I don't have that issue at all. All right, that looks clear. That looks clear. Oh yeah, there's some up there. That's a what the what. Too far. No. No. think, all right, I think that's everything. But Fire, that's why I'm doing things in an unorthodox way. Because whatever's going on. Oh, I haven't done the explosives yet on those 6 panels. Unorthodox way just to keep from overheating my freaking GPU. Because, you know, right now it's fine. That's not where I buy explosives from.
Prabhat, my friend.
Heidi ho, habada jibida, bingada bingada boom. We'll just get 10.
फिर मिलते हैं, my friend.
As long as we're down here. Before we go and blow up those pieces, parts. Oh, you know what? That's the difference, Fire. I didn't realize that. You are, one model above me on the CPU. You've got the Ryzen 5, 5600. I'm on the Ryzen 5 3600 6-core. That's the difference. That's why your machine's handling it better, because this game is CPU intensive. In any game that's CPU intensive, yours is going to perform better than mine. I didn't realize you had the NVIDIA GeForce. Is that all I threw out here? Looks like it. Yeah, I reckon that makes all the difference in the world. Your 5600 is outperforming my 3600 pretty well. Which is to be expected. It's too bad you can't pick those back up once you place them. Like, see, I moved my mouse too soon. Yeah, the RAM's not so much of an issue. Even with a 32 gig RAM system, there's not many games that would require any more RAM than 32 gigs. I mean, I barely, of all the games I play, I barely use more than 21 gigs of RAM altogether. So that system, you know, I've got the same 32 gigs of system and 8 gigs of GPU RAM. There was more than that. Where was it? Here it is. Oops, wrong button. Well, that got rid of that. Still didn't get rid of all of it. How about that? Crazy. That got it all. Geez, that took 10 charges to get it all. Oh my god, is it that time already? I'm going to have pieces everywhere that I'm going to have to pick up. Exactly. That was my question. It's done that the whole game. No matter how many of the electric boxes I shut off. Can't remove the panels with electric current running through them. So the only way to get rid of them, explosives. All right, that looks like all of the debris down here, but I'm sure there's... Oh, there's more right up there. I'm sure there's more outside the ships for sure. Oh, for freaking hell. Just go on over there somewhere. Completely missed. Fine, I'll get it later. At least that one made it outside the ship. I don't think any parts would have got blown all the way over here. No, we should be good. All right. All right, so my GPU is hovering around 68 to 72C, right up to 91, 92, 93, 93C. That's why I don't do this too much. You know, and it might be also because... No, utilization is only... That was around 90% utilization by the GPU. And only about 60% for the CPU. About 50% for the CPU. 90 to 98% for the GPU. Just not horrible. I would prefer there be 100% utilization on the GPU. Less for the CPU to have to do. Yeah. It is what it is until I can build another machine. Which will be before the end of the year, I'm sure. I haven't received a child support payment in about a year. So, if one comes in, I'm sure it's going to be a hefty one. Your GeForce is only a 4 gigabyte card. Well, there you go. RAM is not really as important anymore as CPU cores and GPU processing goes. So you're getting really good performance with only 4 gigabytes of RAM, which just supports the fact that you don't need a huge amount of RAM. And, you know, having the, 40 gigabytes of... How are you getting 40 gigabytes of system RAM? How's that possible? Do you have 4 slots on your motherboard for RAM? 2 16s and a 4 gigabyte RAM chip? Who prompted you to do that, just out of curiosity? Is that a salesman? Oh, shoot, ads. Okie dokie. Let me find my mouse. There we go. Yeah, Fire, you can gain some performance on your system. Oh, there's one I forgot. Oh, okay. What I normally recommend, because I've been building computers for a long time, I mean, a long time, I generally tell people to get the best efficiency is when adding RAM, just on the aspect of RAM anyway, always use the exact same modules in pairs. So, same brand, same timing, same frequency, same error checking. Oh my goodness, same parity, everything. In pairs. So if you buy an 8 gig for one slot, buy an 8 gig of the exact same one for the other. Always keep them matched in pairs. So if you got 4 slots in your machine, utilize 2 exact same RAM modules. And then if you're going to use any one of the other 2 remaining empty slots, again in pairs, buy 2. Same brand, same size, same timing, same error checking, same parity, same frequency, everything. Because your machine will operate optimally when that's accomplished. If you've got 3 modules, it's better to leave the third one out. Because in your case, you've got 2 different sizes. I'm sure they're different brands, and the CPU has to compensate for that. All right, that is all of the top ones. A machine that has that one less 4 gigabyte RAM chip that you've got installed, a machine that has that one less will operate better than with the 4 gig chip in there by itself in one of the other 2 available banks. And when it comes to RAM, Windows is going to grab absolutely as much as it can. It's going to hog it for itself. And whatever's left over is going to be unused anyway. The GPU has its own RAM, but will add to the system RAM as shared memory, which also won't get utilized because RAM is not so significant anymore. If you've got 32 gigs of RAM, you're operating well within 99.9% of the games and applications available that it would need. Are we able to pull? Yep.
कोई बात नहीं। क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा।
Bahinga Hoonga.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे।
All right, that's all of those boys. There's just another scrap laying there. It's not prerequisite though. So what I'm talking about as far as balancing and pairing those properly, having that one 4 gigabyte chip is not significant of an imbalance It's just probably not going to get used very often, which is okay. And I doubt seriously you'll be running applications that's going to need all 40 gigabytes of system RAM. Hardly ever, if at all. I reckon you've never been over 32 gigabytes. If you have been, you're probably doing video processing along with a CAD program, along with running a game all at the same time. Or if you're rendering fractals. Rendering fractals take a lot of RAM in order to speed up the process. You know, it's funny that these sides are falling back, are getting cut away when I'm not even down at the bottom yet. I haven't done any of these. Didn't even move. Unfortunately, there's no way I'm going to finish this ship before we've already reached the end of stream, but I'm going to have to go into power saving mode pretty soon here. We'll leave just enough time to do a raid. I don't think there's any 3/8, 1/16, 3/8 is 24, and 1/16, all DDR4. Oh, you won't. You won't see anything. Visually, you won't see anything. And unless you knew exactly what you were looking for as far as performance in a CAD program, a spreadsheet, a video processor, or something like that, if you knew exactly which metric you were looking for, you wouldn't notice any difference. Not visually. There's no more up here for this little tiny section? I guess not. Alright. And I'm not saying you should change anything, Fire. I'm just saying your machine is not operating optimally, which is pretty much neither here nor there, because pretty confident in the fact that you're not using your machine to the max. At least, in all the time that I've known you, I've never heard you talk about doing video processing or CAD programs or anything like that. That's not to say that you don't do them, it's just I haven't heard you talk about them, so I could be 100% off base there. Wait, what? There's not one on the very end? Oh, there was. I removed it already. Never mind. Huh. Should be able to call for this one to be, yeah.
हेलो, क्या हाल है? मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा। हम संपर्क में रहेंगे। कोई बात नहीं। क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? हम संपर्क में रहेंगे। हेलो, क्या हाल है? कोई बात नहीं। मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा। हम संपर्क में रहेंगे।
That's the most I've had, 16 queued up. All right, God, we're so close. So close to done. Yeah. Just takes me a little bit to get shut down is all, but I also want to get everybody on a raid over to somebody else. This is where fire gets his name. Hammer of Fire. What? Oh no. One single plate that's gonna need explosives. That's bogus. I hate that. 2 plates. 2 more explosives. Because no rivets. Is that everything? Wow. That's crap. Let's see. Yep. Wow.
नमस्ते. फिर मिलते हैं my friend.
Namaste. That hopefully is all the pieces parts.
हेलो, क्या हाल है? क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? कोई बात नहीं.
All right, that's 11 in the queue. And while it's doing that, let's pick up all the pieces that went flying. Which, hopefully those explosions didn't send any pieces too far. Yeah, a few of them. Any more in the water like last time? We had 2 pieces come all the way out to the water before. That looks like all of them. Unless, of course, there are a few pieces that were left on the hull and got dropped by the crane coming out this way. Usually if I've left 1 or 2, they come off out here. Looks good. We'll just watch They usually fall off pretty soon, so if they don't fall off by here, there's no scraps on there. Yep, all good. Okay. Got 93,000 kilograms on the truck. There's not going to be any time to sort this. All right, let's get a save done. All right, who are we going to raid? Who's on? Who's up and about? Sunday night in the U.S. Let's see, who is doing what-ish? Fire, if there's anybody in your community that's on, give me a shout and we'll give them a follow. I mean, give them a raid. Support the community. Lord Swank's on. Dragonheart. Evil Rays. Toxic Pig's on. Kate and Phil are on, playing some Enshrouded. El Widow's on, doing some old school RuneScape. Nuclear's on. Yellow's on, playing some Dead by Daylight. You got anybody, Fire, that in your list that we can go raid? We haven't raided Lord Swank in a long time. I reckon we could go there. Unless you got somebody, Fire. Okay, yikes. All right, let's do this. Let's pop back over to our just chatting. Look how beautiful that is outside, hey? Okay, here's our rating tools. Just copy and paste the ones that apply to you. The ones with the Tomb Raider and the little bullet bomb dude, that's our non-subscribers raid message. The other one that Spectre doesn't have access to is those, the ones with our subscriber emotes in it. Whichever one you are, just copy and paste that. And right, so all the thank yous. Thank you to Mr. Firehammer, Mr. GFA Undead. Oh my gosh, let's go through the list really quick. Wonderful moderators, Mr. Firehammer and GF Undead, and Mr. Chris 000328. Thank you for coming along. Tholan 1000. Great to see you. Thank you for coming along and viewing. NG. Annabella, thank you very much for the follow as well, Annabella. Major Tom. And Captain Spung. Oh my goodness, so many people came by today. It's been a very awesome stream. Very awesome. Miss Rune Knox. Probably forgetting somebody. Not that I don't appreciate any of you. You're all very much appreciated. Chatter or not, your views support the stream. And on the next screen, we will have all of the official thank yous for all of the ones I officially forgot or didn't pay attention to for one reason or another. So we're going to be raiding, and we're going to start the raid now, and we are going to our next screen, which is the outro. This is where all the thank yous get officially done. And that concludes our Monday stream. We're going to raid Mr. Lord Swank. Be sure to spam him in chat with a raid message. He loves it. Honest, he does. And we'll be back on schedule for Tuesday morning in just 16 hours from now. And that's it for me. Thank you all. And I'm out. See ya.